Hello and welcome to United21 Season 28. And we've got the first games of the playoffs. The group stage is done and dusted, and we're down to just 8 teams in a single elimination playoff bracket. We're going to be starting with some quarter-finals games here today, starting off with Johnny Speeds versus Devils 1. Johnny Speeds managed to top their group in very good fashion, considering they topped it over the 2 finalists of last season. So they're coming into this playoff bracket strong compared to Devils 1, who came second in their group. Now, if you want to have a quick look at the overall playoff bracket, we can see the overall sort of look at how this is going to work, how the pathing will work between these two teams. Obviously, later on, we've got Kono and Brute. We've also got Inner Circle, Ents Academy, and Cubics versus Adventurers. So exciting Counter-Strike to watch out for in the upcoming days. But yeah, back to Johnny Speeds versus Devils 1. Now, Johnny Speeds a Swedish lineup, Devils 1 a Polish lineup. Both of them looking quite decent, had some decent results over there in the group stage. I do have information that we've got Maxter playing instead of Malo9. Malo9, obviously a very young player. I think he's only like 15 or something, and he is one of the higher rated players for Johnny Speeds. 1.22 rating in the last 3 months, but I believe he's probably still at school right now. So they're going to have to bring in Maxter, which is a decent, honestly, a decent replacement. Maxter having some experience at higher level of competition. If you want to have a look at the veto, we can find out exactly what maps these teams will be playing on. Now, interestingly, both these two teams share the permaban of Dust 2, although Johnny Speed's a little bit more incentivized to play it. Therefore, you'll see Devils 1 removing that one straight away. We then have the train ban coming out from Johnny Speeds. We then have Anubis picked from Devils 1, which is a map which they, again, one of the maps that they are quite comfortable with. Mirage, a map which Johnny Speeds have a 5-map win streak on. It's their first pick and a 100% win rate on in the last 3 months on HLTV. Admittedly, both these two teams don't have too many maps played on HLTV recently, so the sample size is quite small. We then have Ancient and Nuke banned out, leaving us with an Inferno decider. I have to say, this is a map pool which leans quite heavily in Johnny Speed's favour. Mirage and Inferno are very comfortable maps for them, and Anubis is a map which they can certainly dig deep, especially with the likes of Draken heading up the roster. I've seen maps, I think it was last season, in the playoffs for Season 27, he had a game where he had averaged a 1.7 rating across an entire long best of 3, whereas next teammate had a 0.9. So the individual firepower in this Johnny Speeds lineup is going to be something which Devils 1 are going to struggle to contend with. Overall on the roster, again, a highlight player to watch obviously is Draken. After that, it would be Maxter to see how this more experienced player sits in towards the roster. Over on Devils 1, they don't exactly have a completely full lineup. They will be using Phoenix, I believe, for this match. They themselves had some up and down results in the group stage. I'll just double check their exact results. Yeah, coming second after just about beating Lasercats in what was a very close affair, 13-10, 13-9, where they had Brilu standing in. And Brilu was actually one of the more highlight players to actually look at. So you can see the overall bracket on your screens. It was Cubics who topped that group, which Devils 1 lost to in a little bit more of a decisive fashion. And as mentioned earlier, over in Johnny Speed's group in Group A, they managed to beat not only Adventurers, the winners of last season, but also Viperio, the runners-up from last season. So some great victories there from Johnny Speeds. They're coming into this season swinging and looking quite formidable in the process. That being said, just double checking the exact stats. Yeah, the game against Viperio was very close. That one went double overtime in the 3rd map in the decider. But I wouldn't be surprised if Johnny Speeds continue this form here against Devils 1 in this best of 3 series in the playoffs. I'm not sure how long we've got until the players are ready, but either way, I will anticipate Anubis to be perhaps the only opportunity which Devils 1 have to take a map off of Johnny Speeds. Yeah, but overall, this is an exciting playoff bracket. We've got a lot of Counter-Strike coming up, and some of these teams are obviously looking to get some reps in an official capacity on HLTV. While this might not be VRS, it is still a HLTV ranked event, so they have the opportunity to climb up those rankings, which, while a lot of people may be wondering, well, where's the value in that? The value in that is so that they can showcase that to their orgs, to their potential sponsors as well, and basically showcase the value that they have as teams. On top of that, Devils 1, their core lineup has not played any maps in the past 30 days on HLTV. So this will be almost a debut for them, at least of this month. So, yeah, all the odds are just leaning in Johnny Speed's favour right now. I'm not sure how long we've got left. I think we'll head to a quick... Okay, there we go. Starting very soon, so just a matter of time until we join in. Johnny Speeds are quite an interesting lineup, to be honest, because with Liam09, the Liam Tugel, that's such a young player at such a young age, it does leave them hampered in some situations, having to use stand-ins when he's not available during the day. But I've just got word, the game will be starting on Anubis. Will bring us over to the first map of this best of 3 series, with both teams now ready and raring to go. Got on Devils 1, double Julie's drop over to Swanko and Peteru, and they do actually have Brilu coming in place of Phoenix for this one as well. Johnny Speed's going to be going for a very fast B split, dropping down from middle and towards a connector. Maxter will hold for the rotations, top of middle, and it's a flurry of frags that come through for Johnny Speed's favour. Bit of a team kill there. Sapek actually finishes off Shine. Rolf to find the first double. Now it's just front side, they're left alone here towards CT Cave. Johnny Speeds will steal the pistol. Say steal. They'll win it. Stairs from the start, from the get-go. Do have a quick technical pause as Shine is DC'd from the server. Now, one thing which is certainly worth mentioning is, as I said, this veto leans quite heavily in Johnny Speed's favour, with Mirage and Inferno being the latter 2 maps. Not only that, but the pick of Devils 1, the one map which they think they've got the best chance on, is Anubis, which is the most one-sided map in the pool. Without a doubt, it's the most unbalanced map. So, even though this is Devils 1, the map Devils 1 think that they can take, it's a map where they're going to have to start on the CT side, on the weakest side in all of Counter-Strike. CT side Anubis. This level of desperation, they will want to get a control of the economy as early as possible. So, despite losing the pistol, they are going to force up, attempt a second round break. Couple MP9s, couple of 5.7s, and a Deagle. Frontsider just jiggling in towards A main, drop to smoke all time. Try and block Johnny Speeds from pouncing on this site. Still a slow default from Johnny Speeds again. On Anubis, it's T-sided because the Ts can afford to just sit for the first 30, 40 seconds, even 50 seconds of the round and do next to nothing as they watch the CT's utility burn away. This one, Devils 1 have found the opening kill. It doesn't matter when Johnny Speeds just walking with the rifles and 3 kills in very quick succession. Shine. Searching with the SMG to see if you can find some of these saving CTs, prevent them from keeping the Kevlar, but Swanko shuts him down and receives an extra weapon to boot. If he can find Draken here, that's a rifle that can be picked up. Realizes it's being held by the other 2 AKs, so it doesn't go for the wide swing. Swanko happy with the extra $600 kill reward he gets by killing Draken, as well as keeping the 5-7 and the Mach 10. The 5-7 he can then drop over to front side up. Keep hold of the Mach 10. He can use backed up by his Kevlar. Speed. This is a very quick attempt at a bit of a B split here. Draken taking point in the Mach 10 and just walk straight through a smoke. I don't know what he's thinking. They made so much pressure towards that B site. It's very unlikely that Devils 1 would be fully focused towards B main, considering they've got 3 players on the site. Now they've got 4. Brulu will fade the smoke, gets involved in the Mach 10 and picks up a rifle. Man advantage maintained for Devils 1 here on an eco round. At the very least, Johnny Speeds are burnt. Limited utility away from Devils 1, but they're taking fights, which Devils 1 will be more than content at taking. And oh no. A wild MP9 spray through the smoke, a double dink on towards Rolf. Really will actually collect a triple kill there with that picked up AK. Bit of a fumble from Johnny Speeds. That was one actually working with 4 AKs here. One more and they'd have a full house. That is actually the straw that broke the camel's back for Johnny Speed's economy. They're the ones forcing up now. Receiving only 1,400 from the loss bonus. Going to be seeing 2 Tech 9s, an AK, a Galil, a Scout over on Draken. Everyone just played to keep them contained in middle. Reaction to the Temple smokers to drop their own camera smoke. It does also make them somewhat blind. The flash straight through the smoke will allow Sapek to just tap some heads. A beautiful flash from Maxter. Sets Sapek up perfectly. Now the side defense is crumbling. Devils 1. To Peteru and Swanko. Isolated Rolf, put it into the 2 versus 2. Draken still only has a Scout and Maxter is low on health. That Scout though, still a threat. Dealing damage. It'll be Swanko to find the last 2 kills as Johnny Speeds line up for him. So we'll be a tied scoreline 2-2. Johnny Speeds on a full eco will just start to try crawling towards middle with these deagles. See if they can land a couple decent headshots. It'll be Maxter. Currently found 2. There won't be a third. Rifles now back out to Johnny Speed. Sapek going to be defaulting towards A, but it's a proactive push from Devils 1. Two-player walk in towards A main. They'll allow front side up. Isolate Sapek, find the headshot, give Devils 1 a man advantage. Smoking connector actually lands way too deep. Means that Johnny Speeds can walk in front of that smoke to fight in towards connector, and as they do that, Devils 1 try and push in towards A main, but Rolf spots out the shoulder so he can dodge the flash easily. But P3's flank comes in, it activates, picks off Shine. Fnatic deals with Max's aggression. So a 2 versus 2. Wide plant for CT from Draken. Rolf looks to take a deep post plant, anticipating P3's position. As Johnny Speeds clear out CT, Devils 1 will start clearing out this A site. They see where the bomb is planted for, they realise it, and Draken gets the better of P3, the rival AWPer. Front side up. Doesn't fancy the 1 versus 2, so he's just going to turn around and save. Double mollies coming in towards middle. Pushes Fnatic back. Devils 1 losing A main and mid control simultaneously. They have to choose to double down on somewhere. And will be mid as the rotation comes through. Additionally, they do have a push from Brilu deep towards B main. Now coming in on a flank. Is currently being held by Rolf. Question is, does Brilu extend past this precipice? Crash stuff be made in towards middle, and then he strikes. Into the 1 versus 2 whilst I try and not to have a sneezing fit. Oh. But yeah, brilliant flank from Brilu. The composure to find that timing to not push early, wait until he knew Johnny Speeds weren't looking at him. Let's put Devils 1 in this position where Swonko can just stick the bomb safely with that kit up against Draken. And 1 versus 2. Devils 1 take back the lead. Johnny Speeds will just brawl out here on towards this B-bomb site, and they've successfully traded out, despite this being an eco round. Managing to go 3 for 3, a pop catching off that CT defense. Completely off guard, but Fnatic and Frontsider, they recalibrate. 2 versus 2. Take the fights together. Prevent an upset of a round. Another full gun round. Johnny Speeds have burnt a lot of utility here. Devil's One saving a lot of it. Devil's One just sat in their 1-1-3 setup. 1 towards A main, 1 towards mid. Spotting for info. 3 bolstering this B bomb site. And they're saving, preserving a lot of their utility here. Whereas Johnny Speeds starts to dwindle. I say that as it hits a minute. Devil's One start to throw their smokes. Now they're left with no smokes. Just 1 molly. This is when Devil's One have to get proactive. But mollies chained together in towards connector. Flush out. Devil's One, but that second molly, it misses. It's smart. B3's able to find a safe haven, which Johnny Speeds don't expect, so it sets him up for 2. 3 versus 3. The smoke's locking out the rest of the players from the site, but Brillu denies the bomb plant before being traded through the smoke. Fnatic coming on his flank. Oh, what a headshot and front sider. We'll find the spam. Devil's One are looking really good at closing out these late rounds, these 2v2s, these 3v3s. They're not giving Johnny Speeds anything early on, and they're saving their utility as much as possible. Kind of how you want to play the CT side of Anubis up against a team who are one more experienced, but also up against a team who aren't as comfortable on this map. Johnny Speeds are kind of relying on Devil's One making the mistakes at forcing the issue. At the moment, Devil's One don't give them anything. They save their util. They know that Johnny Speeds are playing a slow game for the first 30, 40 seconds. So Devil's One say, well, yeah, we'll let that clock tick down. And along with that clock ticking down, we'll save as much resources as possible. So these more scrappy plays from Johnny Speeds, which are testing Devil's One. Full A-site execution, but the flashes are borderline non-existent for Johnny Speeds. So Devil's One have no trouble just mowing down these players who wield nothing but Tech 9s. Devil's One will march their way up to a 7th. Oh, beautiful play here from Devil's One. They threw that smoke onto the stairs from spawn. They set themselves to crunch in towards water. The reaction from Johnny Speeds to try and boost over that smoke, see if they can catch a player off guard, get the pick, but a HG comes sailing in to blow open that smoke and exposes that boost. Both players fall to Peter Root. Speeds with a 2-man disadvantage and still looking to try and take water control, but it's not successful. A crossfire still held by Devil's One, which is not broken apart by Johnny Speeds. Final round of the half. Johnny Speed's going to be forcing up. I think a couple Galils, a few AKs, but very weak utility. Going to be relying on aim alone here. A bit of util in towards mid to try and make pressure to try and get Shine a pick. I was about to say a 2-for-1 in towards connector, but a quick reaction from Devils 1 who are setting themselves up for some A-main aggression. Draken lets them both pass, looking to try and backstab them. Oh, but lets them both pass a little bit too quickly. He's actually going to use that as an opportunity to sprint in towards the A site. Yeah, this bomb planted. Very open bomb plant. And Draken will go into his favourite post-plant position in towards heaven. Every single time the bomb is planted on A, you will see Draken up here. Oh, but he overplays his hand. Frontsider will dome Rolf, anticipating the more speedier rotations through middle. A 9-3 half for Devils 1. That's quite dominant. Again, I anticipated Johnny Speeds to be, well, by far the better team in this best of 3, which may still end up being the case, but at least on this map, Devils 1 have got Johnny Speed's number. Second pistol. Johnny Speed's on their CT side. They'll have a double Julie's drop to Sapek and Maxter. Shine is left with the flashbang. Devils 1. A wealth of grenades on Brillu and Frontsider. 2 smokes, 2 flashes, and a Molotov. They're just going to go for a full A site execution against a site which is currently empty. Flashes are well prepared for Devils 1. It's Rolf, though, who'll find the action as he gets a triple kill on the USP, leaving Brillu worse for wears. Devils 1 won't find a single kill there, despite having what looked like a well put together execution. An empty bomb site, smoking towards heaven, smoking towards camera. A flash coming through on the CTs, coming through camera, fully blinded, but Rolf still somehow finds space to get a triple. Do a quick technical pause. Hopefully one that will get resolved as quick as possible. Devils 1 a full eco here, full Glocks. Draken going to use that as an opportunity to farm some cash, pad his stats. Get some wealth to be able to afford an AWP nice and early. Combines with the HE from Shine to get the first kill onto Frontsider. Devils 1 just going to be sitting back passively, knowing this aggression is forthcoming, hoping they can lay at least somewhat of a trap. A trap which Draken will gladly walk into to finish off some players, find some eco kills. Devils 1 now on the full buy will take mid control. Using a lot of force. Johnny Speeds will give it up. Proactive play from Johnny Speeds. They try and work their way out of A main as a reaction to that mid control, but front sider has it held, shuts down that push. Johnny Speeds now going to be gambling heavy towards B. Well placed and well timed incendiary. Actually tickles the toes of Peteru. Front sider still a threat. Still doing damage. The molly flushes out. This B site defense is now down to Rolf. His two teammates being picked apart before Devils 1 even committed to this site. Getting the bomb planted. Rolf will pick off at least one. Trying to buy time and space for Draken to get involved in the fight. Rolf another, but traded. Big trade from Swanko. Draken will save his AWP, but Devils 1 get their way to double digits. Johnny Speed's going to choose to force around this saved AWP. 3 M4s and MP9. Draken's still with 1.5 in the bank. He could have dropped over. Perhaps an SMG. Sapek sitting in between the two smokes. Finds Swanko, spots the edge out. Will pick him off and escape in the process. But in the meantime, Rolf been shut down for his transgressions over towards A main. Johnny Speed's a heavy hold in mid. Maxter deep info in B main. Devils 1 will be funneled towards this A site. Johnny Speeds know it. Draken going to be posting up close. Devils 1 contacting in slowly. The flash comes, missed shot from Draken. Doesn't fail on the second. Now the rotation is here. Shine with the MP9 will collect 2 and Sapek will find the finish off the last. Aggression here from Sapek as Devils 1 on pistols. Devils 1 at least have an AK here in the hands of Brilu. Devils 1 have managed to creep their way out on towards this B site under the cover of that cross smoke. Rolf will find a double kill to prevent Devils 1 getting up to any more mischief. And nice adjustment on the last. Rolf now up to 16 kills, topping the scoreboard. Devils 1 are just going to rush this B-bomb site here. Again, it's another half investment. Tech 9s, Mac 10s. Undecided will find the pick. Max to isolated in front of those smokes will be a free M4 upgrade. Man disadvantage for Johnny Speed, currently locked out of the bomb site. Devils 1 heavily post-planting towards the extremities. Won't go the lone player towards the site, locked out, and Sapek finds 2 headshots. Quick succession through the smoke. It's just Peter who will line up a double, but there's still kits in play. Very scrappy round from Devils 1. Simply don't have the weaponry to close it out against Johnny Speed's heavy retake. And sneaky play from Sapek. The reaction to the mid smoke and Doors Molly as he drops his own smoke very shallow, allows him to play behind it and isolates another fight, and even gets a second on the pivot to deny the spam through the smoke. Now Devils 1 is just going to be walking through the same main smoke with the timing, and it works out wonders. Find 2 in response. It's into the 3 versus 3. Johnny Speed's locked out behind this molly. Set themselves up for a retake heavy from heaven. Leaving Draken with a AWP. Towards camera. Molly will keep him at bay. Another 7 seconds, but it's this point of contact from heaven. That's the real threat. Maxter will strike for 1. Sawonko now on the stairs in such a good angle to control the fight, isolate them 1 at a time. Time ticking. Maxter with a molly. Good flush out for Fnatic, who's actually going to swing into the flames. More than enough time with the kit for Johnny Speeds to climb to 9. And this was a 9-3 half in favour of Devils 1 on the most T-sided map in the pool. And they've got 9 rounds on their CT, but now Johnny Speeds are coming back on their CT on Anubis. Devils 1 had success in the openings all day before. They're going to try it again, and they do catch Shine off guard. He's having a very quiet game, 7-16 right now. It's a weak point that Devils 1 have been able to identify. It's a 5 versus 4. Devils 1 about to plant the bomb towards A. Not only that, Peter is in a great position to cut off the mid rotations. So Johnny Speeds may look to save here. They are going to circle. Oh, and 2 line up in mid. This now should definitely be a save for Maxter and Draken. I don't know why Draken's sticking around. You need that AWP, pal. You need that AWP, and you're not going to be able to keep it. Rolf and Shine can't buy next round. Draken will still be able to afford an AWP of his own, but he needed to be able to drop for Johnny Speed to get a healthy investment. I don't know why he's sticking around there. Just complete greed. Looking for the frags. But no, he's alright. He's still got an AWP. He can still afford one. Never mind the fact that Rolf and Shine have only got MP9s on this round. Much slower round from Devils 1. Trying to assess what kind of buy they're up against. A minute on the clock and they'll start to work map control in towards mid. Peter who picks off Shine. Sapek will line up 3 in middle. A heroic effort there. Bet even had to move his crosshair to get a triple. Devils 1 was setting up for this A split and he completely dismantles them on his lonesome. Front side of left in a 1 versus 3 as Fnatic falls in A main. I believe he's been spotted in towards heaven here. It'll be an easy trade. Johnny Speeds will get their 10th off the back of a big triple kill from Sapek. Through. Catches off Maxter, disrespects the incendiary at his feet. Opening pick, Devils 1 now looking to split this B bomb site. Smokes on the extremities and the spam through the smoke nets Brulu a kill. In fact, nets him 2. Johnny Speeds are all just falling. I've not seen a single player. It's just a wild flurry of spams, bullets left, right, and center through the smokes. Get Devils 1 12. Against map point, Johnny Speeds forcing up. Draken with the M4, the lone rifle. Everyone else, MP9s. Devils 1 are actually just forcing it through the smoke. Going straight through, giving these MP9s as much opportunity as possible to pick them off. A couple kills. Traded. 3 versus 3. Smoke in towards connector. At least keep gun speeds at bay, but they're all retaking from one singular point, and a re-smoke on connector. It's going to make it even harder for them to push through. They've got no utility and no kit. They'll charge through and they'll be traded. A crossfire established. Rolf will get into the 1 versus 1. Does he anticipate Fnatic to be on this right-hand side? And there's simply not enough time. Fnatic just plays it where it lies. 13-10 for Devils 1. A very commanding first half gives them a brilliant bed of rounds to work with on their T side, from 9-3 to then just closing out 13-10, taking their map pick of Anubis. We do have Johnny Speed's map pick coming up next. That is Mirage, a very strong map for them. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a reversal of fortunes that'll be coming up after 11 minutes time. So don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. Welcome back to the action here at United21. It's best of 3 between Devils 1 and Johnny Speeds as we move over to Johnny Speeds' map pick of Mirage. Their home ground, their preferred turf to battle their opponents upon. Devils 1 managed to take their own map pick, currently 1 map up in the series. Johnny Speeds looking to try and take us to a third here in the playoffs. A nice little utility set, smoking towards connector, molly in towards window. Util actually used to take them in towards connector for Johnny Speeds. Nice jungle smoke, but Johnny Speeds are going to be picked off one by one. At least the first 2 frags will be. They'll be able to get this bomb plant planted safely for connector. Now they're going to try and take the fights into their own hands. They aggress in towards CT to try and disrupt the Devils 1, and it's Maxter to come out with a triple kill. To suddenly put Peteru alone, and Draken will come in with a drive-by. Big round there from Maxter, stepping up, and his team needed it most. Be a full eco and attempted a bit of a mid push, and a lot of damage done to a couple players, but that's all. Only Draken will fall. Sapek down to 3, but will get away scot-free. Johnny Speed's going to be taking mid control. Speed by name, speed by nature. Sapek will go straight into stairs. 1 minute 13 is already peeking up over stairs, searching this A site. Peteru will try and hold for that window lurk, but Draken will get the better of him. Fortunately traded by Brilu. Now this is getting messy. See Swanko's crept through the smoke, but spotted out by Maxter. Again, Brilu, another trade kill. Fnatic now comes out on CT. Bit of a risky plant there from Shine. CT not under his control whatsoever. Rushing that plant down. You've got a minute on the clock still. Now relying on Rolf with this AK towards the ramp. Sapek's lurk. The Mac 10 maybe you'd have to close out front side of it. Front side is pushing in towards the site. This smoke now shrouds him from Sapek's flank. Oh, and front side has gotten in towards cover as well. This is really nice mid-rounding from him. Rolf sits and waits for Sapek to be the one to make the move. Sees crosshair placement. He knows it's a possibility. Oh, the timing, brilliant. As the smoke fades, checks CT. "17 seconds left. Again, Brillu will find the time to collect a quad kill. Johnny Speed came into that round with pace. They had the advantage. They had the deep positioning, but Shine, you're in a 3 versus 2, and you've got a minute on the clock, and Shine's rushed a bomb plant there for reverse default. You don't have CT, you don't have connector, yet he still rushes that plant on the A site. I don't know why. I don't know what he's even thinking there to rush that plant down with over a minute on that clock with a man advantage. Surefire way to give Devils 1 a way back into that round, and the way back in, they take that. Johnny Speed setting themselves up for another A split. Found one pick on towards short. Magster will catch Fnatic. Magster finds 2 lovely headshots. Sapek will just charge through connector, front side of the last alone. Position known towards short. Front side are just going to see if he can save this AK and Kevlar. Spotted. They will start to try and close him in. Bomb goes off and eventually so will front sider. Dells one on a full eco. They're going to be stacking this A site. They're going to be proactive. Towards ramp. They managed to trade out. They've gotten the better of Johnny Speeds on ramp. That's 2 AKs picked up. Where once it was 5 pistols versus 5 weapons. Now 3 versus 3 with almost equal weaponry. Draken on a Mac 10, Swonko on the Deagle. 2 AKs on either side and the bomb also in their control, but Draken with this Mac 10 tear the head off Swonko before being traded. Now it truly is even into the 2 versus 2. Bomb. Sapek just about able to retrieve it in the smoke. And he's going to fully run for the hills. Has to break the vent here. That audio cue heard across the map. Devils 1 should know by now. B plant. Sapek will position into upside. Not sure if Peter who spotted him. Judging by the fact he's clearing all these other angles, I don't think he has. Oh, it's not as open a plant as he perhaps hoped. At least can see the wires of the defuse. So will jump out and wide swing, deals with Fnatic. So 1 versus 2 clutch from Sapek, but that was a full eco round from Devils 1. That was 4 USPs, 1 Deagle. That's all they had. And it goes down to a 2 versus 1 in their favour. It's much slower round here from Johnny Speeds. They've been playing a fast game. Now they're taking a breath. Working their way slowly in towards the middle. Off the back of Draken's AWP. Currently has CT pinned. Johnny Speeds have found their way up towards short now, ready to split this B bomb site. The bomb accelerating its way up towards E-box. Front sider. Got to try and trade onto Brilu. Fallen towards the bench. The rotations are coming in, but Johnny Speeds aren't finding any fatalities. This is looking... What is this hit from Johnny Speeds? What are they doing? Okay, the flank from Shine gets involved, but there's no time on the board now. I don't know what kind of limp-wristed attack that was on the B-bomb site. They take short control. They have a player in apps, but then Draken pins the rotation. Shine's lurking. You then only have 2 players pushing up short, and even then they're not together. Only 1 player sprints up on towards the site. The other player sat at the back trying to shoot 5 shots down at range. There's no utility to actually hit the bomb site. There's no mollies to push Devil's One out of certain positions. No mollies to clear van, to clear bench, to have to not worry about default. It's slow, it's weak, there's no power behind. They don't follow through on their punch. Devil's One just rotate all their players into the market. And then they've just have the numbers advantage because Johnny Speed's only hit the B bomb site with 3 players. Johnny Speed's emptying their bank accounts on this by Draken. Again, still has that AWP. Rolf down to a Deagle. Weak utility on pretty much the rest. Going to be boosting towards window. Peter has his vision on it. Actually be brilliant to find that boosting player of Sapek, and a wide swing from Swanko deals with both players towards mid. Now these 3 players working their way out of ramp. Good flash bang for the wide swing. But Rolf can't find any fatalities with the Deagle. Bank broken for Johnny Speeds. Full eco. Not a single dollar invested. Every single player on just Glocks. Oh, well placed HE. Severely softens the initial players. And the initial players therefore don't have the health to tank a molly. They just cancel. Devil One just going to clean up Johnny Speeds on the Glocks. Not really going to find anything. Devils1 the confidence to contest mid-control. Breaking open the top mid-smoke. But Johnny Speeds, it's a very slow start again. A 1-2-2 default from them. Johnny Speeds going to be popping up onto the B bomb site, but again, this site hit is with limited players. Got Draken in the back, throwing the utility, a lurk still in play. There's only 3 players actually hitting the site itself, and Devils1 have been able to read it. The lurk dealt with, Draken alone on the site, just pinned by Peter. So successful hold from Devils1. Johnny Speeds are looking quite unimposing compared to what you'd expect. Again, this is the team who beat our top 2 teams in the group stage. Our previous top 2 teams from last season, that is. Now Johnny Speeds have to eco again. This time a plethora of Tech-9s and flashes. Let's see if these flashes can be effective enough to blind the B-side defense front sider. Pretty much dodges them all. Completely unblinded, but it's Shine to find the first opening. Lovely shots at range to find Brilu. Eventually he's overwhelmed, but Peter with this AWP posted in market will collect 2, giving Devils1 a man advantage. And Shine's actually been able to pick up this AWP. He's just going to walk through the smoke. Okay, I can't see why he would think that would work. Swonko will trade on towards Maxter. It does get close for Johnny Speeds. The Tech-9s closing the distance after finding the first one at range. But a little bit of a fumble there. Wide swinging 2 players separately into Peter's AWP. Not sure why that's needed. And a strange play from Shine through the smoke. Devils1 now up to 6. Missed window smoke there from Draken. I'm not sure where he was aiming. There's a clear antenna on the top of the roof that you can aim at for that smoke. So I'll waste smoke from the tees. Only have 1 smoke left with a minute on the clock. Last smoke replenishes the window smoke. Having a re-smoke connector from short, but Swonko holds it passively and is going to find 2. The trades not there for Johnny Speeds. The spacing a little bit too far apart. Rolf can spot the barrel. Rolf, just throw a flash. Rolf, just flash. Just chuck a flash. There we go. Oh, but it's dodged. Round all falling apart for Johnny Speeds. They miss smokes in towards window. They have poor spacing on that connector push, and as soon as that fails, they freeze and they sit still and they have nothing. It takes them too long to find anything. Rolf probably could have flashed jungle way earlier than that. Rolf perhaps could have flashed jungle to get these players out of connector in the first place if Rolf was ramped the whole time. Johnny Speed's looking incredibly disjointed. Johnny Speeds falling back to the A site execution. Matic looking to try and isolate Rolf. The molly comes through. Doesn't find any success. P-True tries using the smoke on triple as cover to get a pick with the AWP before falling away, but that's not going to be any successful. Utility denies the bomb plant. Minute on the clock, still a man advantage for Johnny Speeds. Two players now fighting in towards CT. Zapek still pinned behind. Ticket move. The swing will come through. A well-timed peek from Johnny Speeds there. A little bit more coordinated from them. So 7-5 half. Initially looked good for Johnny Speeds, but then they lost all their speeds. More like Johnny no speeds for those mid rounds. And Devils 1, you can see they're very comfortable when the T's play slow. It's the pace that they like on their CT side. Johnny Speed's not the same. Now we're going to see Julie's on Maxter. Smoke flash on Rolf Shine with an incendiary on the CT side. Devils 1. 4 sets of Kevlar, smoke and a molly. Similar play attempted by Devils 1 here. Trying to replicate Johnny Speed's pistol round. A split in towards this A site, and they've found quite a bit of success. Brawling out through the connector smoke. Shine overwhelmed in CT by Fnatic. Devils 1 now up to an 8th. Definitely having control of the economy right now. Johnny Speeds having to force buy on the second CT round. A couple MP9s, a scout on Draken. Going to be a crunch in towards middle from Johnny Speed, seeing if they can catch Devils 1 off guard in their default. They found a couple kills. It's been traded. The 3-on-3. Oh, Draken missed shot, absolutely punished by Swanko. A quick wide swing on the Mac 10. Even ready to swing in towards market. And Shine with no kit, half health, will look to save. Not sure if there's a rifle in mid for him to try and pick up. But at the very least, he can save his Kevlar and MP9. We have full execution from Devils 1 up against the eco of Johnny Speeds. Smokes towards jungle and stairs, mollying out the site. Mac 10's hunting out, clearing out the rest of the angles that the mollies don't catch. Taking deep CT control. Peter even hunting with his Mac 10. Devils 1 will hunt down every weapon, every gun, every inch of Kevlar. Prevent Johnny Speeds from saving any dollars into this next round, as Devils 1 sit 10-5, a very comfortable lead, 3 rounds away from moving themselves into the semi-finals. Set themselves for a bit of a pop on towards this B-bomb site. The nearest rotation of Maxter all the way up towards short. They've at least been able to hunt down Shine, finish him off, but in the process, Devils 1 have lost 2 players, and now the rotations are in strong position, strong angles. Swanko finds 2, combining with his HE. Puts himself now in a 1 versus 2, has a smoke and a molly. All the utility he needs to set himself up for this clutch. If he wanted to, he could molly the market, smoke the window. He can do that all from default if he knows the lineups. Interesting. This is the other way around. Swanko will stick the bomb for sure. Holds a lovely angle to spot for the jump out of the window. Beautiful headshot. Isolates on roll from the low HP of Sapek is finished off. Swanko with a stellar 1 versus 4 clutch to deny Johnny Speeds any rounds here on their CT side. And that one's got a sting, just as Johnny Speeds had the opportunity to start battling in this second half. Devils 1 taking mid control with pace. All 5 players together, grouped in mid. The possibility of splitting jungle control here with 4 in connector. Fnatic in towards the window, and the window in towards ladder. He'll find Shine. Sapek still a threat. Fnatic spots him out. The composure to jiggle on that angle. Not hold a static angle, it rewards him. Now it's just Draken in a 1 versus 4. Just sat here and towards connector. Not does he know he could escape here, but he's going to stick around. Devils 1, they're just going to brawl out on this A site, taking the fights all on their terms. Oh, it's messy from Peteru. The MP9 eventually dispatched on the site, but they've done a lot of damage to these Devil 1 players. And the Molly will lock Brilu in, but he's still alive, still a threat here. Behind the ninja boxes, eventually he will be mollied out. The Molly pushes him out, but he gets the information on the last 2 players towards CT. Good Molly will stop them being able to push through. Over the top of the smoke, Swanko found by Sapek. That's 1-for-1 trade. Just about from Shine. Johnny Swedes get their first round on the board off the back of an A rush from Devils 1. Round number 19. Johnny Speed still hampered by his Rolf down to an MP9. Utility very weak. They're going to be taking mid control with pace. They've cleared that out. They can focus their attention now onto this A site hit coming in. Rolf mollied out of the top belt. And at least, again, be able to find 1 before going down. It's a spam through the smoke from 2 players. From Johnny Speeds, that puts Devils 1 in contention, or rather puts Johnny Speeds in contention for this round. Puts Devils 1 at a heavy disadvantage. Still plenty of time on the clock. They're just going to sit back and freeze. They'll wait for Johnny Speed's mistake. Sapek will start searching the underpass, and with this information, they'll be able to confirm and focus their attention towards this A site. Bomb plant attempt in a smoke. Will not be successful, even if it is off center. Just trying to avoid the spam. Johnny Speeds find a second. Devils 1 starting to run out of cash now. Like they're going to go for a half investment. A couple AKs, Deagle, couple Glocks. 2-for-1 trade. AK's put to use. Only the Glock that's dropped. Slider still a threat here towards Apps. And he will absolutely dome Shine again. Shine, who's been a weak point for Johnny Speeds on these last 2 maps. And front sider makes use of it. Man advantage now for Devils 1. Johnny Speeds, only 3 players starting to try to rotate towards the B-bomb site. Oh, Brulu clears underpass, but the timing is not on his side. One will be planted towards default market control and front sider's hands. With him having market, it means that Devils 1 can focus their attention towards short. Sapek started to make noise on this flank, and a beautiful 1D from Brulu. So on Cope. Front side are just going to be taking all these fights. It's Draken in a 1 versus 3. Smoked off. An awkward angle eventually finished off. Devils 1 will secure Mirage 13-7, stealing it away from Johnny Speeds. A really good performance from Devils 1 to take this series 2-0. He was certainly the underdogs coming into this one, especially considering Johnny Speeds topped Group A, which was a stacked group. But Johnny Speeds, a bit of a disappointing performance, I have to say, from them. They looked quite a little bit lifeless. Draken not finding the impact you come to expect from a player of his caliber. But that does mean Johnny Speeds will move down to that lower bracket. And Devils 1 will move on in the upper bracket to the upper bracket semis. Now, we've got another best of 3 coming your way, but it's not for a while yet. We've got around, I mean, that's a big number at the bottom, starting in 195 minutes. I'm going to guess that's something like 3-4 hours. It'll be 3 CET, Central European time, is when our next best of 3 is. So make sure to tune in then, but for now, we'll be right back. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to United21. We had a bit of an extended break there as this game was scheduled for, well, whatever time it is where you are now. It's 2 p.m. for me, 3 p.m. CET, and that will be another quarter-final coming up for you here in the playoffs. This is our first day of playoffs. Earlier, we did see in the previous match, Johnny Speeds lose out to Devils 1, 2-0. A bit of an upset coming in there, and as you can see, playoff bracket directly on our screen. You can actually see Devils 1 have moved on to the upper bracket semi-finals, and Johnny Speed surprisingly dropped down to the lower bracket. Again, considering for context, Johnny Speed topped Group A, and in Group A, they had Adventurers and Viperio, who were the top two teams from Season 27, the first and second place teams, and Johnny Speeds beat them both, but as soon as we got into the playoffs, they didn't show up in the capacity that we perhaps expected them to do so. But that allows us to now move on to the next quarter final in the upper bracket, and that will be Kono versus Brute. Looking at the pathway that these two teams managed to get through, Kono managed to top Group B after beating Wopa and Ents Academy. Brute got revenge on Dark Cloud. They lost to Dark Cloud in their opening match, but got revenge of them against them in the decider match after they initially beat out Lil Mix to knock them out. Now we're going to be looking at the veto, which is already on your screen, neatly timed. We've got Anubis banned out and a nuke ban coming out from Kono. We then have the Ancient pick and Inferno pick, followed by Trainer Mirage ban and a Dust 2 decider. Now, Anubis is a map which Kono have been banning quite recently, so it makes sense for them to remove that one. Nuke is the permaban for Brute, so it makes sense again. Ancient, a very strong map for both of these two teams, but Kono, they do not care. They should be the better team here. They're much more experienced, and we're going to be heading straight into the action here on that first pick to see if Brute are up to the challenge to take down Kono. Going to be starting this round with a double Julie drop on Vano and Warden. Over on Kono ECF, we've got 3 sets of Kevlar and a full belt of utility on CJ. It's going to be a 2-3 split for the CT, stacking up on the speed bomb site with 3 players, but Kono going to be charging in front of the utility. The stack activates, and Nikolai will find 2 with the USP and actually shuts down the Kono ECF assault. Zogan's lurk now has to be the redemption for Kono ECF. Two versus 3. Bomb no longer in their control. Kono will have plenty of time on the clock for them to use to try and assess and find a way into towards this B-bomb site. Molly deployed towards pillar. Try and flush out at least one player. Both of them are spotted. 2 dinks in very quick succession, but the players still alive and still fighting, but they're not aware of Warden coming out of the cave. 40 seconds left. CJ isolates Sicko, can try and hunt for Julie's, but that's when Nikolai strikes. I see him with a triple kill there. Big hold from Team Brute on the B site. Can now buy it up. Whip out the MP9s. Decent utility over on Team Brute. No bomb plant for Kono ECF. They're going to full eco. Glocks and a couple P250s. They're going to be brawling out towards mid, but there's a crossfire. Love the crossfire. Established here. We'll be able to only get 1 kill, just CJ left. Lurking out here towards B. And fall back, trying to just pepper the health of Sicko as he falls back angle by angle, but eventually the MP9 will get the better of him. Third round, Kono fully invest, and they carpet lane and middle with utility. Captain Kirk is going to be finding the opening onto Real Zen. Real Zen was a big reason here on Ancient why Team Brute were able to take down and get revenge against Dark Cloud to bring them in towards the playoffs. Play from CJ. Normally the B lurk is CJ. Often with the not so glamorous job of sitting outside of the B site, throwing utility on towards B, sitting at the B doors, holding the bomb. On this round, he finds the timing to walk out of A. Completely catches a rotation off guard, giving Kono ECF control of the A bomb site. Bomb planted, and Team Brute should be looking to save here in a 2 versus 4. Kono ECF won't hunt themselves. They want to build as much economy as they can. Keeping 3 players alive maintains the level of profitability for that round. Team Brute with that save, they're able to afford rifles once more. They're going to be getting aggressive with an A main push, and this is a very early flank. Elbow smoke just fades 1 minute 30. Sicko doesn't wait a second, pulls the trigger instantly. He's rewarded with 2 quick kills. Real Zen uses that as an opportunity to push out of Donut, and they've done it. They've collapsed Kono ECF's mid presence, leaving Amster 1 versus 4. Warden won't let Amster get up to any funny business, so Team Brute will find their third. Again, I'm certainly sure that Team Brute are going to be happy with this veto, again, knowing that Ancient is a very much a comfortable map for them, yet Kono ECF still picked it straight into them. Kind of squeeze out 1 more investment. Again, thanks to the amount of players surviving on the round, they did win. And they're going to be grouping up for an all-in play on this A site where Warden currently hiding on the back plat. And he will strike early, looking to try and hold down this choke point. Combines with Real Zen, and they'll find 3 kills in total. Zogan just about picks up the bomb, gets into safety. And a 2 versus 5 is now kind of relying on Captain Kirk with this AK lurking in towards middle. Nikolai spots him. Captain Kirk tagged low. Will make his way to this B bomb site and has actually pulled a heavy rotation away from A. Zogan can hear all this movement. He's actually picked up his own AK. Captain Kirk has eventually dealt with. See if that death can set up Zogan for this clutch. Piecing together Nikolai's location. Oh, turns his head just as he was about to actually clear the corner. So we'll have a tactical pause out of Kono, already 4-1 down. I'm going to halt the momentum of Team Brute. I'm currently reading Kono ECF quite well. Kono ECF actually on a full eco. Despite being up against pistol, Warden will still tempt the fate by pushing in towards A main. Very high risk play. Firing squad established here in towards cave. Will deny the swing from Kono. CJ, he's going to find one. Pick up the AK. Does not expect Veno to be sat hiding on the site the entire time. Interestingly, it's Team Brute coming in with the tactical pause here. One thing I did notice about them against Dark Cloud was Team Brute, despite having leads, were still readily taking tactical pauses just to make sure they stayed ahead of the game. You've also got to bear in mind, Kono ECF took their own tactical pause 1 round ago. Taking it before an eco often indicates that that tac pause, maybe not for the eco, it will be for this round. So Team Brute using their own just to almost counter Kono's tactical pause, if that makes sense. Team Brute flush for cash as well. 6k on Warden and Real Zen. 7k on Veno, Europa. Crossfire held in towards middle. Warden peeks off the flash. We'll get 1 kill. Real Zen trades Warden's death as Warden unable to escape from jungle. Oh, Veno, a missed shot. Zogan will punish. Will now start to pressure this A site. Team Brute scrambling in their rotations. Very split up. In fact, both sides here. Hogan searches for Real Zen, but Real Zen is at home inside the donut. Man advantage for Team Brute, and they've gone for an information play. They've gambled, left the B-bomb site open, but with the intention of flanking, attacking, or defending the B-bomb site from a separate angle. So they come in. Bomb plant heard. As a safe plant, Sicko makes a step. And will actually deny that plant unintentionally. big recovery from Kono in the 2 versus 3. The single step made by Team Brute completely undoes everything for them. Kono get off the bomb, find a kill, alerts their attention to the flank coming up the ramp. Now it's all on Real's end in a 1 versus 2. Crossfire he cannot break, that he cannot pick apart. Hamster. Big opening. Up on towards the B site. Finds Nikolai. CJ tries to get sneaky, creeping through the cave smoke, but Seiko just has it held. Quickly forfeits the B bomb site. Says, look, my priority right now is to maintain cave control, and he does that. Giving Team Brute a man advantage. Utility comes raining on in. Almost a reverse execution from Team Brute. They're going to stick this bomb. Kultolski tried to deny the bomb not planted for cave. It's planted for long and slope, yet they didn't have slope. What a strange post plant there from Kono. That B bomb site is so linear with how you should play it in the post plants as the T's. You must have 2 pieces of control and have the bomb planted for both of them. Either slope and cave, slope and long, or long and cave. Kono, they forfeited slope control. They had long and short, took cave. The bomb planted for long and slope. Need to make sure they had players in long. And now Kono ECF though, they're just going to pick up the pace. Sprinting up and towards this B bomb site, and they'll find 3 very quick frags. Number 10. Kono. Starting to put up a little bit more of a fight here against Team Brute. Aggressive play down the slope, shut down by Zogan. 2 very quick kills. Puts Team Brute at a 2-man at disadvantage. 3 versus 5 with so much time on the board and not really much room for Team Brute to get aggressive. Search for info to try and regain their advantage. So they're just going to gamble. A gamble stack. On towards the B-bomb site and made the correct decision. The question is, can they hold? Nope, Zogan will just mow down 4. And in fact, Zogan will get the ace. 5 kills in 1 round. He was on 2 beforehand. Now up to 7. 5 kills in 1 round, a pretty impressive showing. Especially considering he was entering in the 5 versus 3, sprinting up that site. Kono successfully break the bank for Team Brute. Team Brute on a full eco stacked inside cave. The real Zen, the lone defender of 8. Wild spam on the 5-7 won't net him anything. Amster holds the rotations in heaven, but only good for 1. It's not a clean spray at all. So he'll be quickly traded. Kono, an MTA bomb site, bomb planted. Team Brute just going to try and save this single AK.
Terrorists win.
So 1 round left in the half. Team Brute can fully invest here to help with that saved AK on Seco. Kono go back to what's worked quite well for them, is fully executing this B-bomb site. Sicko catches 1 on the cross, playing towards the extremity. Team Brute choose not to defend the site, merely just its extremities to allow for a retake. They've already worked a man advantage, meaning they worked this one in their favour. He found the edge. Soltovsky, beautiful adjustment to find 2. Captain Kirk with the HE also gets involved in the action. Soltovsky, he's relatively quiet this game compared to where you expect a star player for Kono. Some beautiful shooting with the AK, hiding around that corner. Almost a 90-degree flick. Puts Warden in a clutch, but no, Kono will tie us up 6-6. Tied scoreline at the half. A good recovery from Kono. Again, Kono without a doubt expected to be the better team in this series, but they've picked into Team Brute with this veto. And Team Brute with the strongest start. Gives them a healthy lead before Kono start to get their engines going. So on to the second half. And Kono going for a heavy mid play here, pushing down towards mid, but Realzen going to hear these steps and a beautiful flash from Nikolai to trap Laden for Team Brute as they split in towards middle. Amster at least able to get one. And Team Brute are accelerating to the site where these last two Kono ECF players do reside. Eventually Amster will be hunted down. Zogan tries to strike, but on such low HP, eventually finished off. Nikolai will be rewarded for his beautiful flashes at the start of the round by finishing off the final frag. So Team Brute back in the lead. Team Brute will take mid control for free. Kono looking to try and crunch in towards mid, but the HEs come in sailing. Galil actually picked up by Amster. Oh, Veno trades headshots with Sultovsky. Now just Amster running to the hills to save this Galil. See Team Brute searching for these two Mac 10s. Not just searching for him, but searching on the ground to see if the Galil is still there for them to upgrade. After seeing it's not there, they piece together the puzzle and figure out that Amster has that rifle that they so desire. One less weapon saved for Team Brute. Just the one rifle and the one Mac 10. Round 15, we've got the first gun round on our hands from Kono again with that added save Galil on Amster. Team Brute going to be taking mid control for free, splitting in towards Cave and Lane in Heaven. With ready pace. I'll take cave control. Ready to split this B-bomb site. Smoke towards long. Got a flank coming in. Kono retake towards B. Just Dampster in the back lanes. The other 3 players now fighting in towards the heavens. Solsovsky, Captain Kirka, they combine. Find a flurry of frags. It's just Vayno left on the site now in a 1 versus 2. Make it a 1 versus 1 as he finds 2 quick headshots. Will tap himself in towards the cubby. Zogan, no kit to work with. Zogan deploying every grenade under the sun to try and figure out where Vayno sits and hides, but the one place he doesn't clear is the cubby. Vayno just had to sit there and wait for him to peek a beautiful 1 versus 3 clutch to give Team Brute 9 and also reset the funds for Kono ECF. One shining light for Kono. So with Amster saving the Galil in the previous round, he didn't have to invest, so he has that little bit extra cash to afford another rifle here. So it's not just a full eco for Kono. Here a rifle. Team Brute going to be taking a tactical pause to let the adrenaline settle in Vayno, but also to let the despair sink in for Kono. The half investment underway. Kono take mid control, the UMP of Zogan. Getting up close and personal at elbow. Team Brute setting themselves up for a potential A split, but I think it might just be posturing here on this A site, searching for info and manipulating the CT setup. And manipulate it they have. They've caused a full stack on this A site. Off the back of the rotation, the manipulation will take mid control. Warden, the responsibility for holding down towards A main, will find 2, shuts down the push. It's the 3 pistols that fall quickly, and Zogan fully blinded by the flash into the stairs. Amster won't find anything with the M4. Brute now on 10. And again, another tactical pause from Brute. Making good use of the resources they have available to them. Aggressive mid-play from both teams, but it's Kono going to get the better of Brute. Zogan finds 2 with a spray through the smoke. This round still on a knife's edge as CJ very low on health and trapped in towards heaven. Nikolai, does he spot elbow of Zogan? Regardless, he'll dispatch of CJ and the trade comes through. There you go, into the 2 versus 2. Perfectly balanced as all things should be. Push. Rams's push down the slope. Again, traded into the 1 versus 1. Plenty of time on the clock for Ilzen to play with, but he's up against Soltovsky. A player who is oh so reliable in the clutch. Soltovsky with the AWP will search for information or post up on that B site, searching down towards lane. In the meantime, Realzen making an educated read. This A site open for business. Will drop his smoke just to guarantee cover to plant the bomb. Soltovsky picks up a kit and an AK. Coming in towards middle. Realzen has him held, but this is a difficult angle. Realzen can't fall from this. Wide swing comes through. Realzen crouches under the crosshair, and he will collect the triple kill to bring Team Brute to 11. Kono remain roundless in this second half. Kono going to choose to go for a bit of a strange buy here. We've got 3 people saving for next, 2 people forcing. Hero M4 and a Hero MP9 of all things, and the Hero MP9 has immediately dropped to the curb. Quick aggression, Vayno, 2 openings. He's flashed in towards middle. Kono lacking the counter utility to prevent his push. Bomb planted on A. Kono in a very compromised position. They can't really attempt this one, especially with Team Brute in positions to cut off the rotates. Team Brute are actually going to start searching. CJ won't be allowed to keep the AK he picks up off Real's Seeko's body. Now just Soltovsky with this Hero M4. Had to begin with. And it finds just 1 kill trying to save that. Hero M4 ultimately has no impact whatsoever. And now in the final round of regulation, Soltovsky have no utility to work with. Won't have that sniper rifle that we know he's so comfortable with. Team Brute looking to finish this in style with an 8-site rush. Bit of a missed smoke towards the big box. Lands directly on the site. Nikolai still has the bomb in spawn. Flank dealt with by Nikolai. Warden still alive, still kicking on the site. They equalize it into the 3-on-3. Nikolai with the only blocking utility to be used here. Needs to drop him on in towards CT. Lands behind default. It's not enough. Very least they can clear out behind the boxes. They don't have to check that, but it's Amster who's a real threat in this corner. I do like this though. There's a minute on the clock. Team Brute just freeze. They're going to wait for the search for him. When the search comes through from Kono, but they win all the fights. Kono anticipating this wait. Decides to take matters into their own hands. They're diligent with their corner clears. Fights taken on their own timing of choice. Kono collect their first round here on the CT side. Brute actually going to be using their last tactical timeout here. Which makes sense. They want this round to count. This is the last of their funds that they're using to afford these rifles. If they lose here, you'll have Kono up on 8. Team Brute will eco, and it'll likely be looking at a 12-9 scoreline. I want to finish this before Kono start to have the economic edge. Looks to be potentially a fast round here from Team Brute. They wait a second for the utility and then they'll storm into mid-control. Captain Kirk will find the first couple of kills, but Sicko's still alive and kicking here in mid. And oh my goodness, he'll find a triple kill. Clean headshots, leaving it onto just Amster. And ready and waiting for it. 1 versus 2 now. Empty A B bomb site. Real NP catches Amster with util in hand. A 13-7 scoreline in favour of Team Brute. A dominant score. Dominant second half as well from Team Brute here on Ancient. Stealing that map away from Kono. Again, that's Kono's map pick. And Kono by far the favourite team in this series. But Brute, honestly, they made it look like they were the favourites the entire time. That's map 1 done and dusted. But this is a best of 3. You've still got another map to go at the very least. Brute need to take this in 2. So we'll have map 2 coming up after a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And we are back live and direct with the second map of this best of 3 between Kono, ECF and Team Brute. Again, Kono, ECF, as I mentioned earlier, definitely the favourites for this series, but they're already a map down. They lost their own map pick to Team Brute. Team Brute who won it in quite decisive fashion in that second half over on Ancient. Now moving on to Team Brute's own map pick with a 1 map advantage. Although Kono, ECF, no strangers to Inferno, at least not the core. Team Brute going to be starting this pistol round slow, steady procession up towards Banana. Kono ECF playing relatively passive, blind. That's the current approach. Will be a B-site execution. They've waited long enough. Soltovsky's actually shuffled it away, but he does have a flash. Ready for when these Kono ECF players take contact on the site. A good molly. All flush Zogan out of position, but off the back of the flash, he lands a lovely headshot. Captain Kirker overextends Zogan dome. Soltovsky now has to try and do his best work. Whilst blocked by a smoke. So puts it into a 3-on-3. Post plant to be established by Team Brute. Playing towards the back of the site. New box and dark crossfire with the added addition of Nikolai on Banana, but immediate opening on towards this retake. Amster with 1. Real Zenveno dancing around, get a kill apiece. Into the 1 versus 1. Soltovsky, who started it off with the flash, but no Kevlar. Very little time. Veno's just going to duck around the corner. Simply not enough time left. Soltovsky will find the kill, but there shall be no defuse on this round. Roaring start for Team Brute. As is customary on Inferno, the CT is forcing up second round regardless of losing the pistol. In the MP9s, 5.7s, and a scout in play. Team Brute will take apps control with pace. Do the same on Banana. One smoke in towards CT, baits out the counter smoke from Kono. Team Brute know that they have greater utility, or more utility compared to Kono, so they can afford to trade smoke for smoke. Trading for smoke begs then the question of time on the clock. Baited 1 out, but there is a second smoke deployed. 40 seconds left. That'll fade with 20 seconds to go. So either Team Brute hit this B bomb site through a smoke, or they hit it with 20 seconds left. HE does make it easier to go through. Nico breaks it, sees no resistance behind it. Flash will come through. Sickle will charge. Zogan plucks him out of the air. The swing will come through. Soltovsky with the dualies will find 2. Puts into the 2 versus 2 as a 3-for-3 trade at the top of Banana. 2 Kono players coming in both on the flank, but again, Team Brute establish a backside post plant. Such a difficult crossfire to break. So here we'll see if he's up for the task. Creeping on in. Oh, but Veno breaks the crossfire, peeking out of the new box, and there'll be enough time for Kono to defuse. Brute forcing up here on 1 round lost bonus. Pistols and Kevlar with 1 single Galil. They'll try to force their way in towards Banana through the smoke, but Kono defend it valiantly. Of this presence. Kono playing passive towards mid, and that's allowed Seiko to creep all the way up short. Very forward position, but CJ. Oh, okay. Tears Siko's head off. Warden, let's save this Galil. Time runs out. Brute unable to find any passageway into that round. Going to be on a full eco with the exception of this saved Galil. See if they can set up Warden. Oh no, missed the self boost. Or the silent boost, should I say? Bird on towards Banana. There's a lovely setup in play here. Zogan's going to have a field day with this MP9. He'll collect 4, 3 of which on the SMG, and even upgrade to the Galil. Now buying it back up. Compromised utility on their part. Hilsen plays aggressive on towards Banana, and he'll find 2 opening kills. Quick rotation from CJ will try and recover it. He falls soon thereafter. B bomb site in the hands of Kono. Gonna fall back just to secure and retrieve the bomb. Smoking towards CT. Kono ECF do actually have 2 players in rotation. Trying to see what they can find by blowing up that CT smoke. To see, well, they gain absolutely nothing. Just going to have to rotate back towards A and try and save. We'll have another round here where it's just default aggressive banana control from Brute. This time Kono are ready for it. Rather than playing into banana, they just remain at the top. Captain Kirtka is able to find 2 at the cost of Soltovsky's life. So man advantage for Kono. Mid-round aggression coming out. And Sicko just shuts them down. 2 clean headshots. My man is on form today. Just like that, the A site is open. Three versus 2. Kono will, of course, have to save here. This is Inferno. Expect to see a lot of saves. Tied scoreline 3-3. Kono with enough cash to reinvest again. Saving the AWP, they can keep that in Soltovsky's hands. You've been able to afford 3 kits. Still got some money left over in the bank, but it's not perfect. Soltovsky puts that AWP to good use, but again, another pick over towards B. Real Zen. Someone afraid here. Banana even trying to jump over the top of the sandbags. Fortunately, the fight will be saved by CJ. Soltovsky's rotation back over towards B. Find a second kill on the round in the right place at the right time. Leaves Sicko. Soltovsky will actually find the triple kill, so that save from Kono ECF grants them a victory in this round. Oh, a little chicken loafing. Bank broken for Brute. I'll take a tactical pause. Yeah, gonna go for a full eco, but we do see AK in the hands of Warden. Pick, attempt, flash, lovely flash. Set CJ up to try and take a fight in middle, but receives more damage than he bargained for. Meantime, Sicko. Plenty confident. Taking it out of control every single round. Taking it on his lonesome in some scenarios. Brute. Contact into mid. Have no resistance. Actually, steps made. Soltovsky still alive, still a threat. That's a player you do not want getting warmed up with the AWP. When he's warmed up, it feels like he doesn't miss. Even up against the pistols, he's not overwhelmed. He's even going to find the quad. He pivots to find Sicko. While a lot of those were eco frags, they were with the orb. Another tactical pause from Team Brute. And despite being the victors over on Ancient, they used more tactical pause than Kono did on that map. In fact, they used all 4 of them. Oh, Zlotowski. Another opening pick attempt. Fires one between the wickets, but won't miss on the second try. 13-2. Storming ahead. Brute need to find a way to shut him down. Right now, they're just looking to contact this top mid smoke. Hamster replenishes. Reno the trade, doesn't expect the second. Warden and Real Zen have found their way through in towards CT. They have found a gap. You see Kono aware of it. Zogan has cleared all of Bananas, he's heading back towards the B site, so he can perhaps try and play it off Captain Kirker. If not, be a second wave of defense. Captain Kirker hard cleared. 20 seconds left. Molly in towards Dark. Warden. Flash is not enough to deter Zogan from the fight. Real Zen now in a clutch. 1 versus 3. Managed to get one of these over on Ancient, but Zlotowski is in just too hot form. 14-2 on the sniper of Kono. Team Brute gonna go down to an eco. They'll have Tech 9s. Kevlar, decent amount of utility. These Tech 9s can be deadly on this map, especially if used with pace or used in these close quarters positions towards apps. Popping through this banana smoke, but Captain Kirker, even fully blind, would have smoked down 3. Needs Nikolai. At least he's picked up a rifle. Hasn't picked up the bomb. That's left in banana. So no matter what, he'll have to go back and make a trip to get that. But as his time ticks down, Kono start to push in. Lovely flick on the first, but Zlotowski again. Zlotowski just not missing right now. Banana control contested. This time Kono looking to take some earlier fight. Zogan with a secondary AWP will now start to get involved. Team Brute, the one weapon they're seeming to struggle with right now. It's the snipers on this CT side. Warden and Sitko feeding up towards this A site. Sortovsky again, he's just not missing. Can't seem to put a foot wrong. It's himself up to 17 frags. An 8.5 KD right now. Veno in a 1 versus 3. Again, it's Sortovsky in the pit. Don't go down that easily. He'll preserve his life. It'll buy time for Zogan to get involved in the fight. 1 round left in the half. You see Kono. Sortovsky even dropped his AWP to pick up an AK. They're that flush for cash, prioritizing getting the weapon that they don't have the opportunity to buy. He knows that he can just reinvest into an AWP. Exactly what he'll do. So 2 AKs dropped over, 2 AWPs, and an M4. Let's see if these MAC-10s can be the counter to the AWPs that Team Brute need. Oh, Sortovsky just picks a coat on the bottom of mid. Great big smoke over towards long there. Which I think may have missed. Going to win a heavy mid setup. Sortovsky. Little cheeky angle there. Pixel angle onto the boiler from long. Very good angle for the AWP, especially when mid is smoked. Kono still going to be holding towards top of middle. Smoking towards boiler instead of middle. Blocking util continues to be deployed towards the top of mid. Kono actually fall back off of mid. Playing a much more passive setup. Smoke towards long will be the dead giveaway. It'll be the early warning sign for Kono that Team Brute are approaching this A site. Second smoke towards Moto. Double mollies in towards pit. Shoulder spotted in towards the site, but Veno doesn't react. Fortunately, Warden is there with the trade. Sortovsky, good for 1. It's now onto Amster in towards the pit. Tried to buy time and space for his teammates to get involved, but now he's spotted in towards the pit. A good headshot. It's a 9-3 half for Kono. Team Brute looks like they were going to get the better of Kono again as they tied the score 3-3 once they got control of their own funds again. But then Sortovsky got an AWP out. And the rest is history. 19-3. Says KD. Round 13, we've got the second pistol at hand. Kono, smoke flash on CJ. Double Julies on Team Brute. They'll be searching towards apps for some information whilst they stack on the top of Banana. At least one of these Julies on Nikolai. I've taken bottom banana, but top is still out of contention. Question is who moves first. Brute to search. I'll walk straight into Kono's crosshair, but traded. Real Zen. Hold from the top. Zoltowski spots the head of Sicko, but Sicko gets the better of him. The Glock at that range, at that precise a shot. Spams a little bit too quick. So man disadvantage now for Kono. $20 seconds left. Kono need to start moving in. Not going to be easy with some beautiful USP shots being hit by Team Brute. Question is, where were these shots in the first half? Real Zen gets himself a triple, puts himself up to 12. It's going to be a fast play now from Kono ECF, accelerating up banana. This is a full eco from them. They did get the opening. At this point forward, the MP9s have locked down the top. Kono will quickly escape their way towards the top of mid. Sicko, the lone defender, will transfer and find a triple spray down. Brute now on 5. Kono ECF now invest. Bit of a bonus round for Team Brutes. They're still working with 3 MP9s. Lovely off angle from Warden, top of the radiator. Off the back of this banana aggression from Kono. Team Brute are now going to start to push a little bit further in towards apps. You know, with so much time on the clock, Kono aren't going to choose to strike just yet. So Team Brute don't budge. They're patient. Going towards long, Molly towards short. Warden still on boiler, can confirm mid control. Still in the hands of Team Brute. And with the flank quickly coming from Sicko now. Early rotation. Sveno groups up towards B. Flash ready to throw in towards pool. Double flash even. And Veno will get the first kill. We'll push these Kono players back, keep them at bay. Kind of flash is coming through, but so is the flank. But all the frags are going Kono's way. So 2 versus 2. Bomb is planted. Health low on these Kono players, but it's only MP9s on Team Brute's side. Warden. They need to get a move on. There's not enough time on this bomb. There you go. It will go off. Kono steal away a 10th. They even take down all the Team Brute players with them. Taking too long to set up that retake. I mean, Brute had all the answers. They had a flank coming in towards B. In fact, I think they had 2 flanks coming in. They had 3 players on that B bomb site. They had the counter flashes to stall Kono to keep them at bay, but then Kono, Team Brute just took the fight long in advance before Kono had even committed. They got the first one, that's fine, man advantage. You then got the information with that second peek on the second flash. But from that point onwards, Kono got the majority of the kills. Team Brute will fully invest. The Eagle on Sicko. 5-7 on Nikolai. 2 and 4s, 1 AWP. Vayno has been very quiet today, 5 and 11. Uncharacteristically so. Vayno are just going to storm ahead. Team Brute will look to save, especially Vayno with this pricey AWP. Sicko may want to see if he can salvage a rifle from somewhere. But Kono ECF don't have the funds to hunt too egregiously. So that, Soltovsky be caught in towards CT spawn. Even though his teammates had got a safe passageway towards Banana, he still chose to exit in a different position for some reason. Quick technical pause, hopefully one that will get resolved as soon as possible. Team Brute, I think, will be going for a force buy here. Saved AK and AWP. Forced up MP9 and FAMAS. Wheelzen could probably go for another SMG if he wants. Maybe a pistol. In fact, Vayno could drop a FAMAS if needed. Vayno going to keep that 1900 to himself. I mean, yes, he can buy some more utility, but still enough to maybe drop a 5-7 over to Real Zen, so Real Zen can afford better grenades of his own. Okay, there you go. An MP9. Dropped over. In towards Apps by Warden, but shut down by the Molotov. But Sicko will actually find Soltovsky, the heavy hitter, down and out of the round. Vayno posted up with the sniper, barrel spotted. Knows these players are going to be close, pulled the trigger on the first. Needed to land at least one there to survive. But the flashes, Zogan. Hello, Nikolai fully blind on the back of the site. Just sits in the flames. Takes, I believe, 100 damage from Molotovs. So Inferno ECF will reach map point. Team Brute forcing up again. Will be a quick 2 openings. Brute trying to quite literally brute their way down. Banana. Reactive aggression in towards mid will net them an equalizing pick. And Kono's hands. A little bit of like an unforced error there from Captain Kirk. Didn't need to push his way in through that smoke. Could have waited. Still had a 3 versus 3. But now they work with a man disadvantage. A 3 versus 3 is beyond favourable for the T's. Especially when you have time on the clock, you can slow it down, and no matter what, the CTs have to split somewhere and have a weak site. They have to have one site where there's one player. I say gamble, but up against 12, there's no way that Team Brute go for a gamble stack. Now, the same is still true. Team Brute leaving only one player on A. And that is Sicko. Be in a very comfortable position towards apps. Brute clearing out long control. Things with long, they don't necessarily have to clear apps to get the bomb planted if they have long control. The angle still cleared. Soltolsky. Ooh. Clean headshot. Zogan will catch the rotation. Bomb planted. With a couple seconds to spare. Real Zen has to clutch this out to prevent us going to a third. Borderline impossible with Zogan's lovely off angle. 13-5 will be the scoreline on Inferno. These two teams will trade map picks. Again, as mentioned, Kono should have been the favourite this entire series, but they picked straight into Brute's map pool with that ancient pick to begin with, putting us 1-1 now in the series. We've got the deciding map of this best of 3 coming up in just about 10 minutes, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome to the final map of the day here at United21 Season 28. This quarter-final bout between Brute and Kono ECF has come down to a third map on Dust 2, with both teams trading map picks. We're going to be having the knife round at display here on Dust 2. And the thing is, if I'm Team Brute, I'm going to be a little scared if you don't get CT side. Considering the form that Saltovsky came into Inferno with. Saltovsky single-handedly won Kono Inferno. He got them the ball rolling in that first half, and then he did not stop pushing that boulder up that hill, especially after they had just lost Ancient, which was their own map pick. Again, Ancient, probably one of Kono's favourite maps, yet they still lost it to Brute. A bit of overconfidence, perhaps, picking that against Brute, when knowing full well it's Brute's first map as well, picking into their opponent's map pool. But again, just a reminder for everyone of what is at stake with this best of three, not just this best of three, but just this map in general. This is an upper bracket quarterfinal game. The winner will go on to the upper bracket semis. The loser will go down to the lower bracket. And obviously, no one really wants to face their way off into the lower bracket. Kono themselves, they managed to come third last season. They managed to finish in the top three, and they're looking to, at the very least, repeat that performance here. And it'd be a lot easier to repeat that performance if they make it into the semi-finals in the upper bracket. Give them an easier pathway. Got a couple Julies here on Captain Kurt Kohnamster. It's a slow start again from Team Brute on this pistol round, setting up for a B hit, but Kono, you've got Amster ready to take point close towards B, but you've also got a very fast potential flank from Captain Kirk's Julies. Ooh, and Amster tries to shut them down in the choke point, but in doing so gives up his life, gives the fight towards the opponents. CJ trying to defend at the back of the site, only good for one. And Real Zen shut down the window push, leaving Zogan a 1 versus 4. And I won't be surprised if he chooses to save here. He is running towards T-spawn in a position to perhaps play for some exits. Now been spotted out. Lands the headshot. Now tagged down. Nikolai won't let him get away. But the Kevlar won't even be saved. All important start for Team Brute. Again, very important to stop Saltovsky getting an AWP out early. Team Brute need to maintain control of the economy here on Dust to prevent Kono from having healthy rounds, from getting the sniper out. Team Brute just brawling out towards long, trying to use their rifles at range, but it's a USP to find the first kill. It's Saltovsky as well. Again, player you do not want getting warmed up. Warden still on this lurk with a MAC-10. We'll be picking apart this defense, allowing space. Team Brute start accelerating towards A. Amster on the flank won't find any fatalities. So Brute will convert and they'll save 2 AKs plus the scout. Another reason why you also don't want Saltovsky to get an AWP out if you're Team Brute is because Vano has been having a quiet day. He was instrumental for them to make it into the playoffs in the first place by taking down Dark Cloud in the decided game of their group. But he's been underperforming here, at least compared to that standard. If your own AWPer is underperforming, that's one less sort of tool to use to shut down a rival AWPer. Again, I'd love to see how eager Team Brute are to use their tactical pauses. Although I can't say the same thing about technical pauses, that's for sure. We're back into the action. First gun round here for Kono. They're going to get 5 M4s. But in doing so, they have to skimp on utility. A couple of them buying up helmets where they need not. So every weapon on the Team Brute side has one-shot headshot capabilities. Right. Better safe than sorry. They weren't sure. Team Brute will take mid control. Kono secure long. Well-timed utility. Smoke towards tunnels. Lock these players out. It's going to be an execution from Team Brute on towards this B bomb site. Utility comes in, but the door is slammed shut in their face. All 5 players fall in the narrow choke point of the tunnel corridor. A scrap towards long. A scrap which Kono ECF currently coming out on top, especially with that kill from Captain Kirk. It might be enough to seal the deal. Deals with the lurking player. The last 2 for Team Brute out here towards long, and they're locked in. Captain Kirk pushes towards the top of mid. Plenty of time on the clock though. Zogan will hold the cross, and a lovely little angle will find clean headshots as Team Brute try to scale up towards that A site. Kona will tie the scoreline and also break the bank of Team Brute. Soltovsky still yet to get an AWP out, but he's going to choose to go for an MP9 on this one. See if he can farm a little bit of cash. He's looking to push mid along with CJ. These MP9s. Captain Kirk with over the AK. Take the first scalp. But dinked down, kept honest. That's an AK down on the floor. Eventually, CT is collapsing onto Team Brute. Won't take any more casualties. Instead, they'll be taking the lead. And Soltovsky, there we go, the big green, the sniper rifle in hand. And there you go. Already off to a good start. Picks off Vano, jump spotting on Sui. Opening pick. Captain Kirk, though, gives up the advantage. Oh my goodness, Soltovsky still alive. Even lands a leg. Finishes off the next. And a headshot. Soltovsky raring and tearing his way through Team Brute. The HE will finish him off. So it is, I was about to say a 2 versus 2. It's not. It's a 2 versus 1. As Kono scramble to try and assist Soltovsky in doing so, they give Team Brute fights, which Team Brute are able to win. They fully repositioned over towards B. Zogan searching. He pushed top mid from short and is now looking to flank A. To clear long. Molly towards back of the site should be the dead giveaway. And a bit of a missed smoke there. Not to worry. Zogan quite far removed from the site, only just now did he start to shuffle in. Nikolai, with his low health, will get aggressive to try and set up Reel's end for the 1v1, but instead he'll actually just collect his quad kill. So Soltovsky's AWP does dismantle Team Brute, but Kono can't pick up the pieces of their own team. Vano now going to be trying with the scout. See if he can do what Soltovsky succeeded in the last round. Both sides just dumping utility in towards middle. Nikolai, a quick headshot onto Captain Kirk. Gives Team Brute a man advantage. Soltovsky's AWP rings out with a pick. Team Brute not respecting the possibility of him having such a weapon. execution up towards short. Allow Team Brute to gain access towards the site, but they've lost another man in the process. Out towards long, their lurker. Still, 3 versus 3. Team Brute hold on towards short control. 2 riflers for Kono will start to push in towards long. Soltovsky has them contained in towards short. Dveno with the scout. Will land the first headshot, but is missing these shots. Can't land the tags. Time ticking. There is a kit on Soltovsky. He doesn't have enough time to get on towards the site. Has to disengage, has to save. Dveno will go down with the ship. But Team Brute secure the round win. Brute going to be taking long control. Kono decide not to hold on to it. Weren't playing to fight if Team Brute challenged. Instead, Kono will take B tunnel's control as well as short. B tunnel's push spotted by Real Zen. A hold from T Spawn and Captain Kirkurt. That's a risky play considering Warden is just right around the corner. We'll find him. Oh, and Zogan getting disruptive straight in towards the top of mid. That's the bomb dropped. It just leaves Veno. 1v4. Another tactical pause from Team Brute. Gonna have to force up here. Pistols, Kevlar. Perhaps having a set piece in mind. See Nikolai. Making sure he has enough flashes. Enough grenades. What Team Brute have in mind. Will be a late long pop. Flashes come out. CJ plays anti-flash, not blinded in the slightest when the players come into his screen, and they'll all line up. CJ with the triple. Oh, this is... What? Oh, I think perhaps he thought that last round Team Brute were on pistols. No, last round was a force buy. Last round was a force. It was Tech9s and Kevlar. This is the round where they're on full Glocks. This is the round where they're ecoed. So he gets very aggressive there. Kono misreading the economy in its entirety. Now they're giving Vano an AWP. So we'll dispatch a warden at the top of mid. Kono sit heavy on this A site. They'll be able to mow down all the pistoling players, leaving Vano with this sniper rifle. He could try and chuck this out the map, but Kono more than enough cash to be able to afford another. Brute now picking up the pace here towards lower, and oh, the HE Zico just dodges it onto 2 points of health. Zico's not actually found the frag yet. We're almost over, half's almost over. Zoltowski flicks around with the AWP. I think is boosted up there to find that kill. And another, this time peeking in towards mid. Lovely reposition with the sniper. And Team Brute had barely moved in muscle since the last kill he got. Brute will sneak out of middle underneath this mid smoke. And Captain Kirk doesn't anticipate them to be so far out. They'll leave Real Zen though in a 1 versus 3 as Kono take the fights off of contact. So we'll finish him off. Kono now on 7. 1 round left in the half, and Team Brute don't have enough funds to piece together anything worthwhile. 3 Galils, 2 Mac-10s. Boot just going to be going for a good old B rush. Amster is going to look to mow them down. It has some help, has some assistance, and it leaves just Vano. Again, another B rush thwarted before they can even leave the tunnel. Again, Zico, 0-11. Not a frag, as Kono lead 8-4. Second pistol round, and it's going to be a 5-man play towards long. Kono disengaged, though. The Team Brute look to try and rush long themselves. Sicko, desperate to find his first frag. Sits at 0 and 12. Kono, change attention, change direction as they sprint towards middle. Look to try and attack this B-bomb site. Only one player sat to defend. They will pierce it. 3 versus 3, Solkowski sat ready to hold rotations, but he's only good for 1. Good trade found from Real Zen. 2 versus 2, Zokan focused on the doors. CJ in a position to play off of his contact. Swing comes. There'll be 2 quick headshots. Kono well on their way to victory here. Team Brute going to be going for a full eco. They've at least found 1 kill. They've shut down Amster. Going for an aggro play out long, and he's received a lot of information. Spotted multiple players over on that A site. Kono will just say, well, I guess B's free. Kirka still on the lurk, and oh, he's going to mow down 3. They failed to time their swing correctly. Now Captain Kirker is searching for that ace. CJ will deny. But cash on the Mac 10 kill. Kono. First gun round will use their spawns to fight for long control with speed, pace. Team Brute choosing not to challenge, choosing to play towards the site. And Captain Kirk is just going to be creeping up underneath the smoke. In the meantime, Brute will clear out tunnels as the fight comes in. Bit of a search for information by Team Brute is met with multiple AKs looking their way. Sicko and a 1 versus 4. Still yet to frag, looking to find at least 1 ounce of solace for the potential exit, but knows that he can't risk losing this M4. Currently in his hands. M4 doesn't amount to much. Shame considering how many impactful rounds he has had for this team across this tournament. Another tactical pause for Team Brute. Team Brute will cobble together a buy here with 2 M4s, 1 Scout, a FAMAS, and an MP9. So some primary weapons to work with. Flash from Soltovsky gets his way out towards the blue bin. It will actually be shut down by Nikolai. Brute will now contact their way out on towards this B bomb site. Finally, Sicko on the board. Kono fail to perforate this B bomb site. Leaving CJ in what was a 1v5, now a 1v4. The bomb not in his control. He'll be hunted down to Brute. Find their 5th. But also saving 4 rifles, and Sicko finds his first. First frag, that is, of this map. Fight up towards short from both teams, but it's met with heavy resistance as Captain Kirker actually mows down 2 before being eventually traded. Gives Kono a man advantage. Brute not in the greatest spot, and that molly will flush out Nikolai. Sogun will spot the head of a player jumping up over the top. Soltovsky just has the smoke fully locked in. Kono make 12. I just need one more round. On the bright side for Team Brute, because they did actually win a CT round relatively cleanly, they still have cash to work with. They're going to try to be disruptive here. 2-man push out towards top mid. Catches Amster off guard completely. Question is, how did Kono react? Did they accelerate? The answer is yes. Full rotation from Team Brute all the way up on towards short. But their players are dropping like flies as CJ picks up 2. But, oh, hello. Trades coming back and forth. It's chaotic. Warden through the smoke. We'll catch a couple. Just one player with his knife out. A missed shot from Soltovsky. Brute just about get that round over the line. Reals ain't even able to save the AWP. Already a quick opening kill. Make that 2. Kono ECF brawl out towards long. Amster on the lurk again. Caught straggling. A peek from Captain Kirk. A little bit too eager to close this one out before the smoke bloomed. Flash through the smoke, but CJ already across, so man advantage maintained. Gap in the smoke. Vano wants this round 1. Now his location known. CJ will just try and hold out as the bomb actually makes its way over towards B. Bomb planted. Vayner will realise this very quickly. Oh, but he knows he's still trapped in a 1 versus 1. CJ's just sitting here waiting for it. 3 bullets left, and he's able to bypass him, getting towards CT, a safe position, where now Soltovsky can simply just swing off CJ's contact. Vano has a kit, and he's now had to swap to an MP9, so he's not working with the AWP. And Soltovsky will just swing him. It'll be 13-6 victory for Kono ECF. I didn't expect them to take this series. It did look a little bit sketchy, like Team Brute maybe could catch us off guard as they dominated over on Ancient, but post that map, even though it was Kono's map pick, Kono ECF took it by storm, definitely looking like the better team overall. But again, begs the question why Kono decided to pick straight into Brute's map pool there. Regardless, that will be Kono moving on into the upper bracket semis and Brute moving down into the lower bracket here in the playoffs at United21. That's us done for the day, but we've got some more action coming your way tomorrow. So make sure to check that out tomorrow morning. But for now, that's me done. Thank you for watching and goodbye.